Hello everyone, how are you all today? So I'm back on Zaxxon, whatever you want to call it. Wasn't planning on coming on to do a live stream, but nothing else to do, so why not? I've managed to sort out the shooting now of the nasties on the radar. I've been having some problems with this new divMMC contraption. I'm not going to lie, I'm trying to save stuff and that. I've gotten a bit of a muddle with it. I think I've managed to sort it now, thanks to Franco sending me an email with some instructions, but I've still been struggling with it. Trying to get my head around it. Been a bit of a bloody nightmare, to be fair. But anyway, I'm going to worry about that when I come to save stuff. I'm trying to figure out now what I'm going to do next in this game. Like I say, I've managed to sort the shooting of the radars. I suppose really I should have some sort of score system in place for when you shoot one of them. To fix the problem, it was just an over one issue. Before on the last live stream, I didn't put it down as an over one. I was just trying to do it as, see if I'd shoot. Oh, I missed it. So let's see if I can shoot one to demonstrate what I'm talking about. There you go. Yeah, so that's all working now. I've just decided to go for a small laser when we're on the moving platform rather than do a draw line. Just a lot easier to work with. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know what to do with this next. I'm actually working on the ZX Spectrum Plus tonight. I'm a little bit pissed off, if I'm to be honest, because the USB stick where a lot of my YouTube content is saved has decided it's no longer going to work. So yeah, it's just flashing red all the time. I have tried everything that has been suggested to me on the comments, but unfortunately I can't access it. And Birdie was on that disc. Luckily I do have some of the Birdie program, but not the updated version. So we've lost the title screen, we've lost the wiggly worm which we pick up. All I've got is the bird flying through the seed. That's it. Luckily we do have the live streams to fall back on, so I can always go back and look at the code and, you know, reimburse it back into into what we've got. But never mind, these things happen. What was even more annoying, and what I wanted to show you last night, was I'd been working on Sonic Owl, you know, my Sonic the Hedgehog style sort of game. And I'd added to it. I'd put nasties in it. You had to jump over other things to collect. And it was looking quite cool. And that was on there as well. So, I mean, luckily it's on Itch, the original one, which I put out first. So I can download it from there and add what I can remember and put it back on the Sonic Owl program. Also, I lost the racing car game, the very simple one with the where I was using the dots for the road. And the little car was shooting the green car that was coming down the screen. I've lost that game as well. So a little bit pissed off, if I'm to be honest. Excuse the language. But never mind. Like I say, these things happen. I've got a feeling why it happened is because probably my own fault. I pulled that green. Let me put the camera on a minute. Hello, everyone. I pulled this little green USB thing out of the USB slot without selecting the option to eject the USB. I just pulled it out, and I don't think you should do that because that's what's probably messed it up. So probably my own doing. So from now on, I'm doing it properly. Never mind. Luckily, that was all that was on there. It was just 3 games from memory that I think was on there and a couple of example programs. So never mind. So what am I doing tonight? I have no idea what I'm doing tonight at the moment. Like I say, first of all, let's put some music on. Turn it down a little bit. Let's do a sound test. Hopefully you can all you can all hear me. 9 people watching at the moment. A bit of an unplanned stream. I haven't advertised that I'm coming on tonight. And yeah, now if I want to save this, let me turn this down so you can hear me properly. So Franco, I see you're in the comments. Give me a little lesson now, please, on the divMMC. So I want to save what I've done so far, okay? Now, if I push the little button on the top, I already have a zaxx.tap file in there. So if I push break, we should return back to the program. Now, if I want to save what I've done, is it just a case of doing that and then writing in whatever I want to call it? So I'll call it Zaxxon. Is that correct? So if you could just let me know, or do I have to put a star there now? Do I have to do that or just do that? So I know there's a little bit of delay before you hear what I've just said. Before I started the stream, I'd already done a... Let me put my glasses on. Where are they? Not on the top of my head. Where are my glasses gone? I bet the missus has taken them. Well, they were there. They're not there now. I've lost my glasses. Okay. Oh, my arms aren't long enough to see the paper. I think you need a star symbol. Yeah. Now, when I did that before, I lost everything. Save star. Okay, we'll put the star there. Like that, yeah? So let's enter that. Okay, it says. Now, if I go into... Now, this keeps happening as well. Just you push the button and it crashes. Which is a bit of a... And now this has happened. So this has been happening today. I don't know why. I've unplugged it. Plugged it back in. Right, I'm back where I want to be. Also, this file's come up. Trashes. I don't know where that came from. I don't remember that being there. So there's Zaxxon, but it hasn't got .tap in front of it. So when I push enter to load it, nothing happens. But if I come out break, if I go load star Zaxxon, there, I can get into it that way. I'm not sure what a NMI button is. So at least I haven't lost the program. It's still there. There's 2 buttons on this. A red one, which is always illuminated. That turns green sometimes. And then you've got another button below that, which doesn't illuminate, which is the reset button. Navigate, use the NMI menu. Press the blue-red button to go to the folder where you want to save the file. Okay, so let's just do... See, this has happened again. I've pushed it, and see those black squares have come up on the screen. So something, I don't know if there's something wrong with it. Look, I mean, what's going on? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to power it down. I'm going to pull it out of the interface, and I'm going to plug it back in. I mean, it might be that the connections are dirty, because this worked yesterday when I did this. So I've plugged it back in. Sometimes it works perfectly. Sometimes it... This usually sorts it out. So there, back into it. So that's the file we saved. It won't let me enter into it if I push enter. It will if I push the tap file. That was one I saved earlier, but I saved that in a different manner. But if I go load, it doesn't bring up the next. So the only way I can do it is go load star Zaxxon. Whoops. Is that Zaxxon? I have no idea. I'll soon know because I'll recognize what's happened in the program. Just have a look at the program a minute. So yeah, I'm getting a little bit confused on how you save this damn thing. And why is it doing all those funny shapes and crashing all the time? So, you know, it seems like a lot of money spent on it for it to be doing that all the time. So I'm a little, you know, I'm still a little bit, you know, what is it doing that for? What have I bought? Yeah, so this is the up-to-date version. So yeah, this is Zaxxon. So this is working. So at least I haven't lost the program. So what's Franco saying? If you want to save it into the tap file, use tap out zax then save. Yeah, that's how I did the first one. .tap and .zx files are usually easier accessible on the device from my experience. Yes, I remember that being how to do it. So okay, let's try it again then. So if I want to save it as a tap file, so if it's not saved as a tap file, I can't automatically start it from the menu then. You've got to do the load prompt, yeah? That's the way I see it. So if I go tap out space, I mean, this stream tonight is going to be a lot of this. I want to really learn how to use this device. What I'm going to do at some point, probably tomorrow, I'm going to give the interface, the bit that you plug into, I'm going to give it a good clean, because maybe that's what's causing it to crash sometimes. So let's call this Zax. Let's put test. So this is going to be the test save, yeah. So I'm going to call it tap out Zax test.tap, yeah? Okay. So now I just put save as if I was saving to a tape. Let's call it Zax test. I'm going to put line 1. I want to see if it will automatically... if I put that, will it automatically load up as well? Because I did this earlier and it didn't like it. Yes, you can only load non-tap files from basic using... Yeah. Okay, I understand that now. That you can only load non-tap files. So... Right. Now if I push the little red... Now the button at the moment is illuminated red. Okay. Now should that button be green? Now if I push it, it then turns green, which is correct. It's coming in here. So there it is. There's the tap file. See, I'm used to working in tap files. So if I push enter, there we go. It's loaded straight away. Exactly what I wanted it to do. Right. So that's now working. Now maybe you can help me with this while I've got your focus on the divMMC. Let's go back into the menu. I would like to delete animated owl. I want to get rid of that directory because if you look at the bottom, I've got a directory there now called Zaxxon. Yeah, and that's where I'm putting this program. So if I want to delete animated Alex, can I do that from the Spectrum? I did take it out and I put it into my laptop on my SD card reader on the laptop and I deleted it that way. And then this folder came up, trashes and 501, and it's sat in there, look. So I don't know why this directory has come up. So if I want to delete animated owl, I want to get rid of all that. Right, I don't need any of this anymore. What is the easiest way to delete that? Because if I go arrays. Let's go new. Let's come back out of that. Go animated out. If I go break and then I go arrays. Now yesterday when we did the stream, this was kind of working. That's what it's called. And it comes up with that. No such file or directory. Now if I go .ls, well there it is, animated out. So why won't it delete it? Oh, you've had the same problems with it crashing. So that's just something we got to live with then, I guess. Sometimes it will work so smoothly, and then just now and again it will just crash for some reason. Yeah, so how do I delete? Is there a way of deleting a directory from it? Because like I say, yesterday when we were putting in arrays, the directory must be empty before it can be deleted. Okay, well let's try that then. Now I can get rid of all this because I've already got another file called Zaxxon with it all in. Plus I have backed it up and I've got another file on my external hard drive because I don't trust anything at the moment. So I'm going to erase Zaxxon. Directory not empty. So so it looks like I've got two directories on there. So let's oh, piss off. Erase. Right, we'll get there in the end. So we've got one called Zax. So underscore. I don't remember calling anything Zaxxo. Zaxxo 5. Right, so it's saying it's deleted that now. So there. Now, can I now delete Zax? Let's try it. Directory not empty. Well, you've just seen me empty it, so this is what I'm a little bit confused about. So yeah, don't know. And at least the date's right now as well. Erase star directory. Okay, let's try that. Erase star. And then let's put animated.al. No such file. Let's try Zaxxon. Let's try. It seems to work without putting it in capitals. Directory not empty. So I don't understand why it's saying directory not empty. But you'll also notice this file called trashes has come out. It must be like a recycle bin, I'm assuming. So, you know, because there's animated out. So, and I've just deleted it. I tried a screen stream earlier as well. That works lovely. I saved a screen string using AI. But let's not even go there. But that worked lovely. That I was going to use that for my UFO game that I've made, where you're abducting cows. Yeah. So I don't know how you get rid of the directory. The only way I can think of doing it is I've got to unplug it and put it into the laptop. Type CD Zaxxon. Okay. So dot CD Zaxxon. Right, that's come up. So what does that mean then? Well, I thought it was empty. So now that I've put it in CD, no such file or directory. Now type .il. Yeah, type. Yeah. Ah. How did you do that? Where did that lot come from? So I need to delete all of that then, yeah? Chat is too slow. It is, isn't it? There's not a lot I can do about that. It's saying performance is excellent. It's just a case of I'm going to have to wait for it to catch up. Unfortunately. So let's start getting rid of all this lot then, because I don't need any of this. This can all go. Have I got to write the whole thing? Or do I just write 14? Let's try that. No such file. Is it quicker to do this on the laptop? Where you can just highlight the whole lot? Okay, right, that's how we're doing it then. Okay, so arrays Zaxxon 15. Tonight's stream will be a lot of this sort of stuff because I'm learning how to use this, and I thought it would be a great opportunity to get those who own one of these to pick your brains, and you can help me through it. I thought maybe we could do a loader perhaps later with that as a test. I've already got a loading screen in there and stuff, so maybe we can work out how to do that. Got where we are. Right, okay. So I don't need any of this because this was all the old test stuff. So don't worry. Okay, so the directory is now empty. So now that it's empty, it's like loads of people shouting directions at a lorry that's reversing. I like that. Very good. Right, so then I've got to... So Jay has said we've now got to put dir and then the folder name, yeah? So is that what is that Is this correct what I'm doing? Yeah, I'm just copying what you guys are telling me. Invalid path. So let me just try. No such file. Let's clear it so we can see it a bit better. So that's there now. Now, how do I delete that then? It's not letting me delete it. Now you can exit with .cd and erase the folder. So what do you mean? I just put .cd? How do I erase it then? It's not letting me erase it. Have I got to write all that in like that? Have I got to, whoops. Have I got to write it like this? Sorry if I'm, is it, that can't be right. Oh, no, it's still there. Still there. Invalid path. It's still there. So it's empty now. All right. .cd. Hang on. .cd.cd. I don't understand what you mean, .cd. What does that do? It says it's done it. It says OK. Go back, it's still there. It's still there. I don't understand what you mean, Franco. .cd. It's still there. HD0. Still there. So yeah, I don't know. I don't understand how you delete the directory. I'm just going to get a drink a minute. I've got nothing here to drink. A lot of talking, drying up a bit. Okay, I am back and I'm looking through the chat room. Let me go up a bit. Yo, so CD goes up one directory. CD is changed directory. Yeah, that makes sense. CD goes up one directory. Let's says perhaps you could use cat or maybe even verify. To exit the current folder, use .cd space ... .cd ... then you can erase animated Alex. Invalid path. What's that say? Cat works like direct, dir. Easy to take this for granted, having used DOS since the 1980s. My own use of divMMC hasn't needed to be so... Yes. I'll get a hang of it eventually. It just would be nice to know how to erase stuff. So we'll get there eventually. You forgot the space, Al. What space? You forgot the space. What? .cd ... What space like that? Invalid. Where do I put the space? Why has it got to be so bloody complicated? What did you say again? Let me scroll back up. Where did you say it? To exit current folder, use .cd space ... Okay. Then you can erase... Bloody hell, why is this so complicated? Why can't I just put delete animated hour? Doing all this CD space ... space. Well, it's like Morse bloody code. Right, so now if I put that, will it now delete the directory? No such fucking file. Okay, let me go. Sorry, I'm swearing. I'm getting frustrated with it. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Oh, it must have worked then. So if I go .ls, well, it's gone. I should be writing this down. I need to write this down. Let me write this down, Franco, before, and everyone else that helped me in the chat room, before I forget all this. There might be a lot of swearing in tonight's stream using this thing, so I do apologise up front. So what did he put? He put to exit the current folder, use .cd space and then ... You can erase animated out. Right, okay. Dots, yeah, okay. Fuck me. Oh, come on, give me chances. I'm new to this. I do tend to drive people to drink, Franco. So you go and get yourself a beer and a whiskey. Right, okay. So I'm writing this down. So that will what does that CD space thing do again? That exits the directory, doesn't it? Let me scroll back up. So to exit the current directory, right? To exit current directory. I'm writing all this down because this is handy stuff to know. Okay, right. The other information's already on here about tap files and all of that. So now if I go back, maybe you can... No, it's done it again. Now and again it decides it's going to crash. Now we've got this file called trashes. Now if I go into that, 501, there's animated Alex. So I'm assuming that it's like a recycling bin. I don't know. You tell me. Is that a recycling bin? Shall I just leave that alone, or do I have to empty it? We've also got something called bin. No idea what all that's about. So I'm not even going to entertain that. But I'm just interested to know where this trash is come from. Like I said, I'm assuming it's a trash bin. So there's my Zaxxon. There's my project. So that's now working. So we don't need to worry about that. What's this here? F7 TSD. No idea. So yeah, this just would like to know what this trash is. This 501 thing. Now I did try to get my own games to work as well. These are all of my basic games, and I took the SD card out of the computer. Sorry, out of the Spectrum, out of the divMMC, and I put it into the laptop, and I put all my basic games. These are games that I've written, but I can't get none of them to work. If I select one, it just does that. So it's just something I should... Now, the only thing I can think why it's doing that, if I go back, is because of the way it saved them across, perhaps. So if I select 8-ball smash, for instance, it just comes up with that. And I haven't been able to get any of them to work. So that's why I deleted them, and they ended up in the trash bin. So yeah, I can't seem to get any of my basic games, these were written on the Spectrum from Retro Games, and it puts this WR as a writable file name. So, and for some reason they will not load. Cannot get them. I think there was a snapshot file here somewhere. Maybe that will work. Don't touch bin. It's binary files. Is that right? Okay. I won't touch bin. We won't touch bin. He's serious. He's put that in. Back with beer. Cheers. Okay, so he's put that in big letters. Do not touch bin. So yeah, these are all of my basic games that I've created. I can't get any of them to load up. Now there's a snapshot file there. Will it load that one? Yes. So that one's worked. So that one has worked. But it doesn't like my other files. Doesn't like any of these other ones. Like bargain, like our bargain basement, basic basement. Just comes up with that. Yeah, nothing there. Even if I go load, nothing. Just comes up with tape error. So I don't know why it's decided it's going to do that. Now the divMMC now has got a green light on it. Sometimes it's red, sometimes it's green. Now it's green. I like it when it's green. It doesn't give me any hassle. When it turns red, all sorts happens. Change ink color. How do I do that? I don't know how to change ink color when I'm in this menu. Animated, could you send me one of them files? I might have an idea on how to fix them. What, these files you're looking at the moment? I mean, I'm happy to send you the whole lot. These are just games that I've written. I can do that quickly on the laptop. What I'll do is I'll send you the whole lot, mate. Coming across to you now by email. I'm just going to send them across as a reply to a previous email that you sent me. Just give me a moment while I do that. So I'm sending you the whole lot. So everything you see at the moment on the screen in trash 32, because I'm assuming that's the recycling bin. All of my games, they've now been sent to you, Franco. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. So let me know if you've received them. So I've sent you the whole lot, Franco, okay? Loading them into his okay, he's loading into them now. So you have a look at them and to try and figure out why they won't work. There is one SNA file in there which is working, but I can't get any of the others to work. Like I say, they were written on the retro of the Spectrum, but yeah, I can't get nothing to work. It just comes up with that all the time. So I'm going to leave the trash bin alone then. I'm not going to touch that. So going back to my Zaxxon while Franco's looking at that. Yeah, he's got them. Franco's got them. So let's have another look at Zaxxon. So I managed to get this working now, where you're shooting the little radars. There's some awkwardness with the collision detection at times, which I need to still sort out. I think I might have now sorted out the collision detection when we hit the nasties. Yeah, I couldn't get that to work before, now it's working. So that's good. So just trying to iron out all the little bugs in this. I notice there's still a bug in it when the nasties are moving. When they're shooting, they shouldn't shoot beyond a certain point in the game, and they're still shooting. Just letting Franco have a look at that stuff that I've sent him, see if he can work out while I'm playing around with this. So, where are they shooting again? Where's the NAS? There we go, craft one. So I'm doing a random call with the J. So if J equals 1 and A is less than equals 12 or less, then it should be shooting. Now sometimes they're shooting if they're more than 12, which I can't understand why they're doing that, unless I've got one of the other ones wrong. Maybe it's just one craft that's doing it. Craft 2. Let's come down a bit. Craft 2. So if J equals 2, and C is more or less than 12. I mean, maybe it's a case I've got to put it in brackets. Sometimes that can make a big difference. Let's try it. I think I tried it before actually. Well, that should have been a 0, not a 9. I think I tried it before and it made no difference whatsoever. I'm wondering whether I should have done that. So if it's less than 12, so if it goes beyond 12, they shouldn't shoot anymore, but I've noticed that they are. And that's why it's we're getting a bit of colour clash when it hits, because they're shooting at the border. So let's just put some brackets around it, see if that will solve the issue. Done that one. This is the last one. There's only 3 nasty spacecrafts. So if E equals 12 or less, then it should shoot. But I'm noticed they're shooting when they're going over the 12. So let's see what happens. Missed it, missed the box. Well, let's let them fly past. So I reckon 12 must be about where I am at the moment, somewhere around there. Just see if they shoot past. You'll know when they're shooting because they turn yellow. So far so good. Just keep an eye on them. That might have sorted it out actually. Okay, let's see if I can shoot him. Got him. Right, let me let them fly past just to make sure they stop shooting. looking good. So it looks like, oh no, he fired then, see, he shouldn't have done. So there's still a snag there. I'm wondering whether it's calling the random call before it actually gets a chance to respawn at the top of the screen again. That could be what the problem is. Let me have a look. So where let's craft 3 for instance. So is it a case if J is more or less than 3 then return? Ah, that might be the problem. So 630, if E is 18 or more, then that's when it takes it up. So is it a case that I need to move? It could be a case that I've got that in the wrong place. Can't see how though. Let's try it. I'll move that to 625 because that's telling it to return back if we don't get the random call. So 625, and then I'll get rid of 640. It might be a case I've got all this numbered in the wrong order. So as it's reading the program, it's that line there moves the alien spacecraft. That's printing it up. That's telling us if the random call for it to shoot a laser is more or less than 3, then it should return. Problem is that might conflict with that line. That might not work. Thinking about it, that might not work because if it sees that line there, is it going to ignore that line? That might be a bad move actually. Where does it shoot the laser? That's the laser shoot there. Yeah, I think that might be a bad call putting that there. Let's put that back to 640. 65. Just reading the program as the computer would read it. So yeah, that's, to me, that's where it should be. And then if it equals 3, then it will continue with the laser shoot. So yeah, to me, that is where it should be. And then I'm saying if J equals 3 and E is 12 or less, then it should shoot. Is it a case that there's one craft that I've got the code wrong somewhere? If J is more or less than 2, then return. If J equals 2 and C, is that right? C is Smallest. Maybe I've got one of the no, it's right, there's a C there, so that's correct. I think I might have just worked out what's happening. Is it a case if it gets set? No, that still doesn't make sense. I'll just shoot them a minute. I'll let them do a flyby now and see what happens. Are they going to carry on shooting? So that's as far down as my craft can go. So that is round about where the 12 mark is. So they shouldn't shoot as they go past my craft. There's no need for them to shoot. Is it just one particular one that's doing it? No, they didn't do it that time. Get some extra lives while I'm testing. So let them do a flyby. See if they carry on shooting. Well, they probably will, because I haven't done any changes to the code. So yeah, see, it did it there. Why is it doing that? It's that middle one. I'm not sure which one the middle one is. I'll work it out eventually. Hey, KG's in the house. J plot X plot beep beep. I wonder if you feel the border should be kept. It does look attractive, but it restricts the play area slightly. I like it personally. And that's changing the border colour each time. Yeah. It's a 48K. ZX Spectrum Plus 48K is what we're on tonight. That's what we're on. We're playing on the ZX Spectrum Plus. Well, we're not playing, we're doing some programming. So that's what I'm on. Right, so somehow we are still shooting, and I think it's to do with my code somewhere around here. Oh, hang on, see. I'm going to move this line just as a test, because it could actually be that it's reaching 18. It's then saying let's see equal 3. In that case, it's moving so quickly. Maybe J then is equaling 2 and C, well, it thinks it is less than 12. Where in actual fact it's not, but because maybe it's a case I've got to move that line there. The problem is if I do the call, if I move that and then it says, well, it's not going to read that line. It's going to ignore that line there. Don't know. In fact, maybe I should have put. I'm not telling it to return, am I? That's probably what it is. I haven't instructed it to return. So it will read that and then it'll carry on. So that might be the reason. It might just be a case it just needed to put a return in there to stop that from happening. Yeah, I reckon that might have been what the problem was. There's no need for it to carry on reading the rest of the code. So we shall put a return there as well. Run it and let's see what happens. The music, by the way, isn't coming from the ZX Spectrum Plus. Unfortunately, I don't have the correct cable to join it to my capture card. So at the moment, I will eventually sort that out, but you may not be able to hear the sound coming from the actual ZX Spectrum Plus. Right, let's see if that sorted the problem out. I think it will, because it won't read the rest of the program. It'll just return. Or it'll mess it up. Right, let's let them do a flyby. Shoot a few more. Let's see what happens. think that sorted it. Just needed to put the return in. I see Franco is returned, so let me just let's have a see what he is saying about those other files. Animated L, they all load on my system. I'm emailing them back to you. Okay, so if you made some adjustments then, let me just have a look at my email, see if see what he says. Okay, Al's Games. So let's download it. Save to downloads. Yeah. Yeah, I'll stick them in there. Okay. So you've emailed them back to me. Let me just in a folder called X. Okay. Sent in a folder called, right, hang on, let me I've obviously, right, here we go. Loading up. It's just loading the message up now, Franco. We just got, I'm looking at a spinning wheel while it's loading. A bit of a go slow tonight. If this works, I'll then take the SD card out of the divMMC, sorry, and I'll chuck them on and then see if it works. At the moment, nothing's happening. So it's busy loading the message. Don't seem to have a folder called X coming up at the moment. It's still loading. Let me see if it's come up on my phone, because sometimes the phone works quicker than the for emails than the bloody computer. Could be because it's downloading a file, perhaps. Yeah, it's come down on my phone, but it's not loading onto my Mac. Yes, I've managed to get them on the phone, but it's not loading onto the Mac. I just got the... Let me shut it all down and start again. It's still loading it up, Franco. It's not... Don't know why, but my laptop is not loading it up very quick. Oh, is that the reason why? It's the Mac that's caused it. All right. I bet you wish I'd told you that before you went off and tried to get it to work for me. If I'd mentioned that before. No wonder I'm driving you to drink, Franco. Sorry, buddy. Nothing's loading up anyway, so I can't get them on. So, yeah, we'll have a look at that when they come through. They come through on the phone, but must be because of the Mac spinning around here in my chair. Just realised we haven't got the lights on. There we go. That's better. Okay. Yeah, sorry, mate. You best go and get another whiskey. I'm the reason why Franco's got a drink problem. Only joking. Okay, so I was checking, wasn't I, to make sure that the nasties had stopped firing. I just will carry on with this now. I'm just trying to iron out all the bugs. In fact, I don't know whether or not it's well to add a proper score system in there. So when we shoot the radars, the little satellites, they actually look more like satellite dishes on the ZX Spectrum Plus than they did on the Specky, on the Retro Spectrum. Sorry, I think it's because of the screen resolution, perhaps. Yeah, managed to get this working. Oops. So we have got some slight collision detection problems there, but there again, I've got it switched off at the moment, so that's probably why it's not colliding when it hits it. That's an easy, just need to turn it back on. Right, let's let them do a flyby. Let's make sure they stop shooting when they get past me. So that's the limit. As soon as they get past that limit there where my white spaceship is at the moment, they should stop firing. Which looks like they may be working now. Yeah, so all I had to do was put a return after the command when they send back, then it will stop reading the code any further. So that looks like that's worked now. So that's that problem sorted. Collision detection for when we are on the spacecraft. It might just be a case of just getting rid of that command there, because the satellite dishes are in magenta. So maybe I could just call that, turn that line back on. Although we have got the yellow call there as well. So let's just try something. Let's just get rid of that. It may slow it down though, because obviously it's doing another check. No, it's not really. Its speed's the same. Right, so let's just see if it will. Yeah. So the collision's working, but obviously we've got the overprint because I haven't towed it to wipe it out. So yeah, so it is working if I turn that on. But I need to look at that. It's going to have to be a separate WL. Put that back as it was. If WL, because this really is programmed to work with the second level when we're just flying in space. So we're going to have to do a second line for when we're in, because of the over one command and all that again. Put that to 1. We can get rid of the yellow because we're not worried about that because there's no yellow on that actual level. But why am I spacing it? Break. Get rid of that. And then it will be a case of we need to just want to, where does 720, what does 720 actually do? Oh, that's the lives. Okay. So I need to delete the shadow. The shadow is what's causing the problem. Print at S, not Z. We want an S there. Sorry, SH. That's my shadow coordinates. Let me just put that for now. I may, in fact, now I'm going to have to do it over 1 there. Over 1. And I think 4. And that will have to be the graphic of the shadow. Right, I'm just going to deliberately crash it, let it crash into me. So it left a complete and utter mess behind. Right, okay. So maybe it's not the shadow it needs to delete. It's actually left the shadow and the spacecraft behind. It might be worth me looking at what code I used for when the spacecraft hits the wall, because it's going to be very similar to that. So let's go to the wall. How did I do it there? I get confused with all this over 1 stuff. So there's the wall there. So if I hit the wall, I knew I had to print a block back in, so we didn't leave a block behind. So there, it's 360. Print at YX, yeah, so it does that, and then it goes to 720. I got a feeling I don't want it to go to 720 because I think that's where the problem is. Because if we look at line 720, you'll see it's going to print that block up. So in that case, what did I do when I am hitting a satellite? Because it'll be exactly the same as that. So basically, I probably just need to do a go sub to wherever I was hitting the satellite when it was detecting it hitting the shadow of the satellite. So let's find that. What line did I put that at? That will be the wall moving again. It will be under the same subroutine. I actually prefer it on the ZX Spectrum Plus as well, because I found with the Retro Spectrum, although it gives you a nice crisp visual, because obviously it's a newer machine, and you know, we're looking at HD and all that fancy stuff. Going back to the ZX Spectrum Plus, we're working with old stuff, aren't we? You know, we're back where we were. This was designed for a CRT TV, so we're back with the nostalgics of the 80s. So there we are. So that's 295. Oh, that's when I'm shooting it. So where it, trying to find where I actually collide. It will be when n equals 2, perhaps. The only thing I do find with the old speckies is you got the dot crawl. Now looking at the screen now, you've got that little waviness of dot crawl happening, which it doesn't really bother me, but after a while when you're looking at it all the time, your eyes go a little bit knackered. I can't find where I hit the oh, there it is. 431. Aha, so let's just pull that down a minute and have a good read of that. 431. It's real hardware, yes, exactly. It's so this is the collision detection I really need to put in place for when I hit or do I bother with it? Do I bother with it? Because I don't know. I don't know whether to bother with it or not, but just reading that to see. So Q1. I don't know whether to bother with it or not. To put a second collision point in there. I don't know if it really needs it. Because it's only, the idea is it's because it's like an isometric. I'm trying to make it like an isometric style feel, although it's not 100% correct with the angles I've got on this game. I've had to work with the limitations of basic to get round it. I don't know whether I need it or not. Because visually the shadow is making it look it looks higher than the actual satellite dish, if you like. So to me, you would be flying over the top of it because it's actually visually it's meant to be lower. If you see what I mean. It's the same when I'm shooting, really. It's yeah, I don't think it's needed because from a visual perspective, because of the shadow, you wouldn't actually hit it because you're actually high. You got that feeling that you're actually slightly higher than it, so you're flying over the top of the radar. It's only if it gets right underneath you that it clips the bottom of your ship, and then that's where the collision detection is. So I'm going to get rid of it. I don't think we need it. There, I've made the decision. So 75 can go. Let's just see what because I haven't programmed, so you can't go directly to the floor. That's as low as down as you can go. I've done it so you can't go all the way down. So you've got to be underneath the box to collect it. And I've put a small laser to make it look like we're shooting down on the ground slightly, if you know what I mean. That's why I kept it as a small. Now if I get directly underneath it, look, and I could argue, well, you've clipped the bottom of the radar or satellite dish has clipped the underside of your spacecraft. So I'm going to keep it like that. I'm not going to mess around with it. There, I made the decision. My game, my rules. Right, okay, so 14 people watching. I wasn't expecting a busy night tonight with people because obviously I didn't advertise that I was coming on. I would like to put a boss man in this. The proper Zaxxon boss was a robot, wasn't it? I did a little bit of research. I don't know whether just to try and get the feel for it, maybe create the graphic of the robot first, which I reckon is going to have to be at least. I don't want to overdo it because I don't want to slow stuff down. So let's just pull up the 8-bit creator. If I create the boss first, and then we can go from there and see how I'm going to incorporate it into the game. So we've got to try and keep to that angle because that's kind of the angle of the way the game's working. He's kind of a square kind of robot, and he's got like a gun, like an arm coming out of him which he fires out of. This can go up. It might have to see. I didn't really want to introduce any machine code into this either. I wanted to keep it as 100% pure basic, just to prove that you know what can be done in basic. That was the whole point. That's why I created this channel, is to show what you can do in basic. But I am thinking maybe I might have to sneak a bit of machine code into this to get this moving nice. But I'm going to see what it's like first of all with just Sinclair Basic. Let's take these blocks back out a minute. So let's. I'm trying to create some sort of eye. It's not easy sometimes trying to do graphics in a little tiny box. Maybe something like that as an eyeball. Maybe something like that perhaps. I don't have to make it look exactly like the original Zaxxon, do I? As long as we've got some sort of nasty. Maybe give him some feet like that, and then I'm thinking the other side, if I invert it, we'll have that the other side. So if you imagine that's one side, that'd be the other side. And then if we put maybe some sort of block like that, so he shoots out of his nose. I don't know. Is we need the angle of the dangle to make it look as if it's following the same perspective of the game. So if we create that little angle there, maybe darken it up a bit. Let's just punch it in rather than worrying about it at the moment. Let's get it up on the screen and see what it looks like. So where's my graphics? I don't even know where I'm going to put this boss man yet, but I'll work that out as the game goes on. So let's put 1, 2, 146. I'm now inputting the data, what you see there on the screen, on your screen of the graphic block. Sorry, I've covered up the chat room with it. I don't know if anyone's talking. Hello, everyone that's just joined the chat room. Yes, we could. Putting machine code in rem statements on the specky screws up the listing. It's better to put the machine code up near the graphics. Yes. But, I am going to try and stay away from machine code at the moment and see if I'm able to do this in 100% pure basic. That's why I haven't introduced that star routine that you sent me, Franco. Apologies for that. I have got an idea for another game though to use that, but at the moment, I say I'm just trying to see how far I can push this until it goes so slow that I have to take a step back and say, right, come on, you've overdone it now. You've overcooked it. You're going to have to remove what you've just put in because it's caused a slow mess, or we look down the machine code route. So I'm going to just punching in these numbers now for the second part. Someone mentioned in the chat room about incorporating some of the blocks that I've already got into it to create part of the boss man. So that's a good idea. I like that idea. Use what we've already got. That might help. I mean, another thing I might be able to do to help performance is take the user-defined graphics out when the game's completed and put them in their own separate directory, if you like, so that they then load in with a loader and they're not installed into the main game. I've done that before with a game to try and speed stuff up. It kind of worked. So 60, and that last number is 27. Okay, so just going to check their numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I can now return you guys back to the programming screen. How do I do that again? Basic code, that's it. So I've added that in there. I've just got to change its number now because that now becomes 63. I'll run that. So we're going to build the boss man up. We need some of. We need an get me words out. We need an objective to the game. You know, there's got to be a purpose to it. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So it's G and H. Oh, that's cool. Actually, the wrong way round, but H. There we go. So that's what I've kind of made. Was that what I made? Just let me go back to the. Yes, that's what I made. Okay. Now we can either go that way or that way. So we've got two options there. Maybe I can use it. And we've got the other blocks as well. So there's the blocks. So I'm just trying to think, how can I make something out of it? It's not very dimensional, is it? If you know what I mean. It's not. I don't think this graphic's going to work because it's not really Mind you, that doesn't look too bad. What I've made there. I mean, we could always double up on it underneath with maybe this. Maybe something like that coming towards you. Bit of a mumble jumble of parts, but that might work. Kind of like that actually. Yeah. Don't know what it is, but well, the other option is maybe I go HJ and maybe put 2 blocks underneath. Oh, that's better. What about that? So that's coming towards us. That looks more robot-y, doesn't it? So you've got the eyes. Yeah, I like that. So I have no idea I'm going to incorporate this into this, but let's just create a subroutine file for it and get it moving, and then I can build on it and put it into the. It's going to have to be when we're on the platform. So the thing I would think I would do is stop the wall from moving. First off, yeah, stop the wall from moving, and then that will, the bad guy will just be there. 4 blocks. So yeah, the main thing of the boss is he's going to be shooting at us, so that's easy enough to do. I can just have him shooting a laser or double up on the laser fire. That's, you know, like I did with the nasties on the magenta. So I've got an idea how I can make it fire. It definitely needs to be firing back at us. Yeah, you're correct with that. So quite excited about this now. Now I've got the idea in my head. I just need to find somewhere to put it in the program. So let me just scroll up past the variables. If the music's too loud, please let me know and I'll turn it down. So that's where I want to put it really. 890. Let's edit that one. Move that return up to. So I'm not going to need a lot of space for this. 890. Get rid of that. I'm going to go 882. Zaxxon boss. Spelt wrong. Boss. Right. So this is where I'm going to design the Zaxxon boss. .635 list. If I go run 635. Oh, of course, it's all moved now, isn't it? Because I did a renumber. I just wanted to draw the platform. Anyway, where's the platform? I need the number for the platform because I want to make sure when I print the boss man up on the screen, he's got to be on the platform. No good having him in the wrong place. I don't want to put all the print statements in and I'll put him in the wrong place. So I'm looking for where the platform's drawn. I did put an REM statement there to let me know where that is. There we go. So if I run 820, list 820. Let's run that. So there we go. So if we imagine our that coming down the platform. All right, the head. I might need to mess around with the head a bit. The blocks are correct. The first part of the head is kind of right, well, almost right, but the angle's slightly wrong. I'll work with it now, and then I may have to change the top part of the head because it's not quite, it needs to be more angled so it follows the same angle of the platform. But let's get it moving first, and then we can come back to it. Get the mechanics running. Right, so the nasty boss, 882. I'm going to go 885. And I'm going to need some variables in place for this. So I haven't used this. If I use the variable Z and hang on, what variable shall I use? Because I don't, my variables are right below there, so I'm not going to have to look far. I need it to go down at an angle, so I'm going to use Z for Zaxxon. Z equals Z. We're going to be going down the screen. And let's go V, because I haven't used that, equal V minus 1. So that will be our variables for the boss. My variables are right underneath there, which is handy, so I ain't got to go far. I'm going to go 905 so I can see them. Let Z. Now if I just scroll down there, I can kind of get a feel of where it needs to be, because if we look for Q1, so let Z equal 1 and W equals, W1 was 20, so V equal 20, because those coordinates basically, oh, we don't want a clear screen there, let V equal 20, because those are basically the coordinates of the blue Scion cube, which won't be on this level, so I'm going to just set it in the same position as that. Plus we need to put let OZ equals Z, let OV equal V for the old positions. And then we're going to go back up to here. I'm going to put some music on while I'm doing this. I will have to do a renumber at some point. I'm going to pull that one back down to give me some room. And once we've got it all there, we can do a renumber. 885, get rid of that. And go 884. I'm now just going to count it down in order, and then I'll do a renumber, open that gap up a bit more. I've got to make the decision as well. Am I going to put this in an over 1 scenario? Probably no need to be fair, because there's no moving walls. The spacecraft dimensions, the coordinates, are programmed so they won't go over the green lines now. The over 1 was only required for the movement of the wall. So in that case, I don't really need to put the Zaxxon boss in an over 1 scenario, which great for me because I hate over 1. Well, I don't hate it, it's a bloody good tool, but at the same time it can be a pain in the backside. So I'm going to go OZ, OV, and this is going to have to be 2 spaces for his head. In fact, this might make it flicker a bit. Let's just try it. It might make it flicker. I might have to put this in a separate line. I'm going to try it though. I'm going to try it. I always like trying it first. This may make it flicker, so I may have to put it in its own put the graphic, and it was H and G for its head. Like I say, may have to change that at some point. At OZ, and this will be +1 because we're underneath it now. OV, and then I'll put 2 graphic blocks underneath it, like so. I'm going to have to tell it to space underneath it, aren't I? Print at OZ, so that's going to have to be at OZ +1, comma OV, and OZ +1 is more or less than Z +1, or OV is more or less than V. I might not have to put that twice, actually. I don't know. That needs to be Z, and that needs to be V. I don't know if any of that, what I've just written, is actually going to work. Oh, hang on, what have I done there? That's it. And then it'll be put let OZ equal Z, let OV equal V. So we now want to get that to move. So what I'm going to do is just to test it. Just for test purposes, I'm going to put that. I'm going to change that to 8222. I know it's going to delete that rem, but it doesn't matter. This is just to test it. 885. Go to 882. It's going to crash because it's going to go off the screen, but I just want to see if it will work. No. What have I done there? Oh, sorry. Needs to go wrong line. Needs to go to 883. So run 882. So there we go. He's moving. It's moving. We've got a slight problem there with one of the eyes disappearing. Run 882. It's going probably because it's going so fast because there's nothing there to stop it. If we go 885, and I don't want it to go so fast either. If Z equals 16, I'm just going to put 16 for now. Then let Z equal 1. Let V equal 20. Let OZ equal Z. Let OV equal V. 886. Go to 883. what I'll do is actually pull it down. I'll just stick a pause in there just to slow it down a bit, because this is purely just for testing before I introduce all this into the main program. So there we go. Part of the eye's disappeared, so I need to work out why that's. But there, kind of got some movement there. Why has that eye disappeared? What have I done there? So one, two. Funny how the bottom half hasn't disappeared, but the top half has. If OV is more or less than V. Why am I missing part of my eyeball? Is it because we've got that there? OZ is +1 is more or less than Z +1, or OV is more or less than V. So that's okay. Run. Yeah, I shall save it in a minute. This is going to be fun, trying to remember how to save it. So Franco, before I save it, how do I save it? I'm on the divMMC, remember? Do I just write in save, or do I have to put the save star, or do I have to put it down as a tap file? Well, I'm trying to work out why my eyeball has disappeared. Let's put one space there a minute. Curious to know why it's this. Why have I got? Why is it only printing one side of his face? Strange. Why is it only printing one part of his face? Yeah, I'll have him randomly moving left to right as well once I get the it all in the correct positions. I'm just trying to work out why I've lost part of the eye when both the feet are still there. Look. Do not touch any button on the div Mac. Yes. Okay. So do I just write save then? Do I just save as if I was saving it to a tape player? Or do I have to put save star? OV +1. Good shout. I can't see why it would be OV +1 though, because I've got a double space there. I can't understand why it hasn't done it to the feet as well. That's what's confusing me. Strange. See, I need it to be left and right as well, because I'm obviously if I move it left to right, this bit needs to be correct. I don't know why it's deleted half the face. Oh, I love it when something doesn't work. Oh, hang on. Putting save Zaxxon will go to the tap files. Save will go to the folder. So which one would you suggest? That's a good point. Maybe I could do that instead. Someone just mentioned in the chat room. Oh, that's very kind of you. I can only see the word monk. Sorry, my eyesight's not the best. Sorry to interrupt. Just dropping by to say how much I love your work and to wish you a happy birthday, Alex. Well, thank you very much. Save star. Always go with save star. Okay, so we shall save this in a minute. Yeah, I'm just thinking actually with this. Do we actually need to put this part in? Because at the end of the day, as someone just said in the chat room, if I put a space either side of that, then in theory, as long as I don't make it go all the way over to the line, it shouldn't make any difference, should it? No, I'm getting a little bit confused with this. Okay. I've got two boxes. So what have I done wrong? So, what have I done wrong? That should still work if I put it like that. Yeah, my birthday's actually on Monday, and I won't be 60, as some cheeky bugger said. I will be 51. Why have I only got half a bloody face? Oh, this is driving me mad. Why can't I work it out? Plus, why am I struggling? That is so weird because both the feet are there, but the top half of my head is missing. It's going down. It shouldn't be. Got me stumped, this one. Print at if OZ, even got rid of that. Let's put that all back in there. Or if OV is more or less than V, print at oops, run 882. I've lost the bloody face altogether now. Ah, you son of a bitch. Right, okay, so printer OZ, OV. Let's start from this beginning again. And OZ is more or less than Z, OV is more or less Z. Then print at ZV plus 1. Probably don't need to be plus 1, does it? For some reason, I'm only getting half a head. You know, is it because that's OZ plus 1, OZ print at Z plus 1, so that's all okay? Or OV, or is it because of this here? Get rid of that. Might be because of that, you know. Might be because I've put it twice. No, Why have I only got half a bloody head? The head's there. Oh, you bugger. What? I didn't think I was streaming this weekend either, bootlegger, but there's nothing on the telly. And I'd rather be, if I'm going to be on this, just well go live at the same time as I'm making it. And at the moment I'm trying to work out why I've only got half an eyeball. Strange, I can't work out why. Print out. Yeah, the feet are there. Strange. Very strange. Where am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Run 882. It doesn't make sense. Why are the feet there? If the feet are there, why is the head missing? Strange. What's confusing me is the feet. The feet are there, and it's not doing it with the feet, but it's deleting the head. Well, one of the eyeballs, you know, one of the part of the head's disappearing. Let me just try something a minute. It's not going to do it, is it? Print at Z. Okay. Only half the head though. Yeah, it's weird. I've only got half the head. I can't work it out. Why half the head? The feet are there, but the head's disappearing. I can't work out why. Should be so simple, this. Why is it giving me grief? Run, that's the wrong number. Run 882. It's so strange. It's as if it doesn't exist. Well, the head's printing, so it's not a case that they... Oh, hang on a second. It's coming down at a bit of an angle, isn't it? Hang on a sec. Might have just noticed what's going on. Might have just worked out what's going on here. We've got a V equal V minus 1. Let me just take that out a minute. Let's just close that down. So it's going down that way. Even by doing that, I'm losing. It's still not even printed the head then. Very strange. Very strange. I can't understand why it's doing that. We'll suss it out in a minute. It'll just like think, that's why it's doing it, you know. Why? But the feet are working fine. The code for the head is near enough the same as the bloody feet. Okay, well, let's put +1 there then and see what happens. Just experimenting now because it's just got me a bit stunned. $882. Well, that's working. Okay, well, if that's the case, I'll change that to 1. I'm wondering whether it's because it's printing a space. Let's change all that. Just change this to 1. I can't understand why it's doing that, but I've never had that before. Change that to 2. You bastard. That is so weird. Oh, +1. The let's just check I've done this right. There's a +1. I think I know my. It's. I don't actually think I need that there, do I? Because it's going down, the top part must be wiping it out, perhaps. Perhaps I don't need that part in there. There we go. That's what the problem was. The top part is deleting it as it's moving. Told you I'd get it in the end. So because it's moving downwards, obviously the top part is wiping the bottom part out as it goes. So now let's put that back. If I get rid of the +1, whoops, where's it gone? Right, I've worked out what's going on. So simple when you look at it. It's because the top section, the bot is so that needs to be +1. Run 882. There we go. So I've worked it out. Kind of got me a little bit stunned for a bit then, but we've managed to sort it. So now let's put that now. I bet now if I put this back into play, it'll bloody mess up again. So there we go. So we are leaving a foot behind. So that's the next problem I've got to look at. That should be easily overcome by probably the easiest thing to do would just to maybe put a space there, perhaps. So it's the top section. So we need to make this space, make it 4 blocks, because if I'm going to be moving left and right, delete that, run 882. It's sort of doing it, isn't it? We've still got a problem with a block there. Probably going to need a space either side of him. We're getting there, we're getting there. Let's move them feet over as well, and that should sort it out. There we go. Right, got him working. So I want to now move him left and right randomly. So if you've just joined the stream, I'm designing the boss. Had a little bit of an issue there with the movement of the boss, the Zax boss man. This is my version of the Zaxxon boss at the moment. I might change him eventually. Let's scroll down. Put some music on. 15 people watching. Just opening a bit of a space up here for me. I'm squeezing all this in, and then I'll eventually do a renumber. Before we go any further, let's save this. So let me scroll up. Franco did tell me what I need to put. I think he said always put the star. Just scrolling up now. I always go with save star. Okay, so I'm going to do the same. I'm going to call it Zax Boss because that's what we're working on, the Zaxxon boss. So I'm assuming then, Franco, that has saved that, yeah? So do I need to go and check? I saw the Spectrum show today. I haven't watched it yet. Episode 160, and it had Return of the Jedi in it. Looks like this Zaxxon game might be worth a play on that with your divMMC when you get fed up with the coding tonight out. Yeah, good show. I was playing that the other night actually on my on the CRTV when I plugged it into that. So yeah, type.is or cat extended mode 9. Yeah, so what does that do? Trash. Trash Zaxxon. Why are we trashing it? Do I push the button? I haven't lost all this, have I? Why am I getting that? Why am I getting that, Franco? Invalid path. I don't want to push that button so in case I lose everything. What would you suggest? This is what I'm a little bit dubious about this new contraption at the moment. This divMMC. If I push that button and it all goes crazy and crashes, I'm going to lose everything I've just written. So I shall wait. I shall wait to see what you say. But if I put that there, It's come up with that, trash 32. Why has it come up with that? Help me out. I don't want to lose everything I've just done. It's already happened to me several times tonight where I've lost everything. Type, right, okay, type CD space, yeah? Invalid path. Oh shit, what have I done? Type that twice. Dot CD space. Did I forget the dots? Trash 32. This is this thing I was talking about earlier, this trash thing. I have no idea what it means. Dot CD space. Yeah, that's what I've just done. Sorry, I didn't do it before. But that, you just see me do it on the screen. There's a delay on the chat. Now this has come up. This trash file. Does that mean I'm in the trash directory? No such file. Type it again. Dot CD space dot dot. No such file or directory. Dot CD space dot dot. Yeah. No such file or directory. Ah, shit. So I'm going to hold fire before I go any further. I don't want to keep on working on this if I'm going to lose it, because it's starting to look like I may lose it. Just letting the experts in the chat room who own one of these try and model. I don't want to push the buttons on that thing, because last time I did it, .ls. So that's what I'm getting up. We're in the trash directory for some reason. How do I get out of this? Do you want me to put that again? .cd space dot dot. Yeah, do you want me to enter that? No such file or directory. If I've got to push them buttons, I'll just have to push it. But it did save, didn't it? It did save somewhere, but it's not showing up there. .cd51. Is that space 501? Then is. No such file or directory. This isn't looking good. What's that 50 there? Do I need to do that one? 50. No such file or directory. Ah, shit. What about if I create another tap file? Do it that way just to make sure I don't lose this. I've never been in the trash folder. I don't know why I'm in the trash folder. Why am I in the trash folder? I never asked to go into it, so I don't know why I'm in there. How do I get out of it? Change directory. Enter. CD space ... No such file or directory. It won't let me exit it. It looks like I've lost everything again. 3 times this has happened to me today using this thing. So, oh. Ah, shit, I never left it. Is it okay? Shall I just push the button and see what happens? If I lose it, I lose it. I just have to start again. Okay, well that's done something. Invalid path. HD 0. No such file or directory. Dot CD space HD 0. You want me to write the word 0? Like that? No such file or directory. Do you want me to write the word 0? I'm reading out the chat room if you're watching this, wondering who I'm talking to. Dot CD space oh well, if I've lost it all, I've lost it all, haven't I? There's nothing I can do about it. Shall I just push the button? Push the button and see what happens. Put dot CD HD 0 like that, yeah? VD CD. Oh boy, I might I might have buggered this up. So .cd space hd0, no such file or directory. I thought, I didn't realize I was in this trash file. I thought I came out, but like you say, yeah, I deleted that file, didn't I? Like I said, I don't think I came back out of it. Bollocks, yeah. I'm going to push the button. I'm just going to have to push the button. What about if I save it as another tap file? If I go tap out zax.tap. If we put a B there. What about if I create another tap file? At least I would have saved it somewhere, then I might be able to get it back out. Should I try this before I go any further? You want me to do .ils again, yeah? This 501 thing again. Good idea. Let's do a tap file. At least then, if hopefully it will save it. Zaxby. What was it? I forgot what. Tap. That's right, isn't it? Okay. So, is it save star? Did I do save star again? I can't remember. Just type. Do I need to put the star, Franco, or do I just get rid of the star and put save? I'll call it Zaxby, Zax Boss. Just put that, yeah. I'll just wait for your response before I push enter because of the delay. Just want to know, do I need to put the star? No star. Okay, let's go for it. Okay, it saved it. Let's do .ls. It's not showing it in there. I'm now going to push the button. We've got no choice. I'm going to push it. Let's come back out of this. That is the file I should have been in. Oh, look. Zax Boss is there. How weird. But it's got trash 32 up the top. Directory, trash 32, Zaxxon. I don't know what's happened here. It's there, look. Why does it keep throwing it in that trash file? That is, if I go back into the trash file a minute. It's not nowhere to be seen there. That is the old Zaxxon. No trash, no boss there. So it looks like it's... I don't understand why it's saying trash 32. Got it twice now, look. If I select the boss, it won't let me go into that. It has saved it by the looks of it. So I've still got my program. Invalid path. Why am I in this trash 32? Why does it keep returning back to that? I don't know why it's gone into that. It's there. I'm going to power it down and turn back on. Now the trash, now I'm out of there. Zach's boss is there. Let's break that. .ls. Was it Lodestar? Am I right in saying it's Lodestar? And then I put in Zach's boss. There we go. I have no idea why it did that. But let's just go to list 882. That's where the boss is. And there it is. It's in there. So it has saved it. I haven't lost anything. I just cannot work out why it put it into the... I'm staying away from that trash file. I'm not opening it again. I'm keeping well away from it. Powering it down, putting it back on. It is now working again. It's certainly confused me, but at least I haven't lost what I've done tonight. Buggy interface. I don't know. I hope not. It costs a lot of money, this. And if it's... is it worth me getting hold of the people I bought it off? And asking them what this trash file is. Let's do another save. Let's save it again. So let's make sure we're in the Zaxx directory. Let's just call it Zaxx ZX Boss 2. There it is, ZX Boss 2. So it saved it in the correct place. So like Bootlegger said, maybe it's the Mac that's done that, because I did take the SD card out and I did put it into my Mac and I deleted a file that way. And then all of a sudden this trash box came up. Now, if I put the SD card back in to the laptop, it will then let me empty the recycling bin, which will empty that trash. So I might try that. I might actually try that. It might solve the problem. So at the moment, as far as I know, I'm not now in the trash folder. Make sure you CD out of the trash folder before save. That's what we were trying to do, but we couldn't get out of it. That's what we've just been trying to do, but we couldn't get out of the damn thing. So I'm now a little bit. Do I carry on programming on this until I get this sorted out? Because I don't want to start losing all my stuff again. Although I go back, dot program still there, dot ls. So there we have ZX Boss 2. It's in there. So it is saving it correctly now. Like I said, it could have been because I didn't come out of the trash folder. But I can't understand why it confused me, because it said we were in the trash file directory. Then I saved it as a tap file, thinking we were in the trash directory, nowhere to be seen. I went back into the Zaxxon one, and there it was. Zax Boss in there, look. So, what the hell happened there? So Bootlegger says should probably remove those files and folders in the root that start with a full stop like .trash, .spotlight, etc. Have you got a PC you can use for the SD card? It would be safer than the Mac. We have got one upstairs, yeah, that belongs to my son. So maybe I should go down that route. Hi all. I've had loads of trouble with saving on a divMMC, like it catches it and it doesn't commit to the SD card. So Byte Forever has been having issues as well by the looks of it. Do you use a Mac with yours, Byte Forever? Do you access the SD card on your, if you have a Mac, or do you use a just a normal PC, a Windows controlled PC? Oh dear. You tried both, right, and you're still having issues. Problem is on the div Mac, I think. Okay, right. Well, I'm going to continue with the program anyway. So let's just push that again. There, I just pushed the button and it crashed. No, it won't let me in at all now. I'm not, I'm thinking, to be honest, I've just wasted my money. That's how I'm feeling at the moment. Shouldn't be crashing like that all the time, surely. Right, so I'm in the directory. Time to get a drink and to have a cry, I think, in the corner. I think tomorrow what I'll do is, like I said, I'm going to clean the connections inside. To see if that helps, but let's just push the button again. I know the program's on there, so let's push the button again. It behaves itself now and again. So now I've got a green light. Yeah, sometimes it works lovely, but I'm staying away from that file because that's caused me nothing but grief today. Just now and again, it just misbehaves. Just going to push it again. So now I've got a red light. I'll push it. Goes back. I'm just going to try it a few times. Fine. So I don't know, just don't know what's going on with it. I think I've only received this this week, so I mean, is it worth me dropping him an email? I'm just saying, and I've had a few problems with it crashing all the time. I mean, it says here, shortcuts. If I push Cap Shift and plus S, it saves it as a snapshot. So if I put Cap Shift, no, That's all. It doesn't work. Cap Shift plus S. Save. Then it says, oh, do I have to be in the actual... See, it's done it again. I've just pushed the button and it's turned it off. Now we just got a black... And it's done it again. So to me, it shouldn't be doing that. Every time I push the button, it just turns itself off. Let's try it again. That was me that time. I pushed the reset button. I can't understand why now and again it just crashes. Which could, you know, could cost you a program, you know, your programming, couldn't it? You could be halfway through something and bang, take that, you're gone. Yeah, send him an email and tell him to look at this live stream, yeah. Okay, so you're saying to snapshot, you push the div map button, then S? No, nothing happened. Enter file name. Quite sensitive, isn't it? Oh, it did it then. There, so that's done it as a snapshot. So to do a snapshot, you have to be in the menu screen. You push Cap, Shift, and S, and it says enter file name. You then put what you want to call it, push enter, and it saves it. Look, and I saved it as al.sna. So to come out of that, so if we push Cap, Shift, and H, we get a help menu come up. You've then got a Cap, Shift, and K if you want to enter pokes for games. Cap, Shift, and X, break, exit browser. So you have to push Cap, Shift, X plus break at the same time to exit browser. Oh, so look, you can do it all from in here. Look, Cap, Shift, E to erase the file. That's all well and good, but if you're in the middle of a program and then you push the button like I've done several times tonight and it crashes, then I'm not going to be able to get back into it to do a snap file. Well, what I will do tomorrow is clean up the edge connector and just make sure that there's no issues there. Get a little cotton bud in there. I've got some of that alcohol stuff. Give it a clean. Make sure it's all nice and clean, and then give it another well and see if that sorts it out. Yeah, that's a good shout what Let's has just said, because there is no support underneath it. So it is literally just, it'd probably be all right on the rubber key Spectrum, but because I've got it on a Plus, there's no support underneath it. So you're basically relying on that edge connector just to keep it there, you know? As soon as you put your hand on it, if you touch it slightly, maybe that could be the issue that's causing it to disconnect on one of the pins as you're pushing on the button, because there's nothing to. Maybe I should keep my hand underneath it while I'm pushing the button sometimes, which I have been trying to do. So, you know, because I've got the feet up, if I put the feet down on the, yeah, you see, if I put the feet down on the Plus, it's literally on the table then. It can't move. So yeah, so it's supported on the table. Let's see how we get on with that a minute, with the feet down. Although I like the feet up on the Plus rather than them down. So let's come back out of this. I mean, that could be the issue. Like Let's has just said, that maybe haven't got enough support underneath it. Yeah, that's a good show. Like I say, I've put the feet down now on the Plus, because you know you got those little feet to bring it up. So now it can't move at all. It's literally sat on the table. It's got support underneath it. So maybe that was the problem. Let's just carry on using it and see what happens. And if that is the case, and I want the feet up, maybe if I cut a piece of wood, a block or something, to act as a little wedge underneath it, just to keep it from moving. Just push it again. So far so good. I'm going to just keep pushing it down again. That could be the issue, you know. I think that might be the problem. That just the edge connector might be the issue. Because I think, to be fair, everything else seems to be working right, apart from it crashing now and again. And obviously we were stuck in that trash file, which might have been my fault because I didn't exit it, but at least it has saved. Anyway, let's go back to the game. I mean, what time are we on here? God, time flies. Nearly 10:35. How many people have we got watching? I want to get this boss man at least moving tonight. Got 20 people watching. So if you've just joined the stream, this stream was basically testing out the new divMMC while I'm programming Zaxxon. We have experienced a few issues with it tonight. I've now dropped the feet down on the Plus, the ZX Spectrum Plus, so that it's supported on the table. That might have been the problem. Let's just push the button again. It hasn't crashed so far, so let's keep going. Let's run this. Let's get that boss man moving. So if I go to list 822, 8. So that's going to be my little boss man. Obviously I need to delete him as he gets to the bottom of the screen. Now let's try and make him move left to right. Okay, so Bootlegger has said he's been looking at some threads complaining of the XDOS 0.8.7 is buggy. Once tap out used causing black screen crashes on DMI press, which is what I've been having. The fix is to download the EXDOS 0.8.6. What version are you running, Al? I have no idea. How do I find that out? Whoops, wrong button. How do I find that out? Is it being system, do you think? Oh, hang on. So we've got EXDOS version 0.089. So I'm on version 0.089 by the looks of it. Nothing else there, is there? Oh look, Zaxxon. Oh, that's... It won't let me go into that anyway. System. So there we go. That's the version I'm using there, Bootlegger. If that's any and where do I download it to anyway? I'm assuming there's a dedicated website for this, is there? It might say actually on the manual, the paperwork that came with it. Sorry, that's me slurping away on my drink. So I'm going to try and get it randomly moving left to right. Whoops. Ah, piss off. Why are you moving down? Oh, it's because I've deleted it. That's why. You dickhead. Deleted the bloody movement, haven't I? Oh dear, it's one of them nights tonight. Let Z equals Z plus 1. Let V equal V minus 1. There we go, we've got a little bit of left and right movement there. We're leaving some blocks behind, so I need to sort that out. Just introduce another space, I guess. What a pain in the ass this is. Bugger. Still leaving feet behind. It's going to end up wiping out the runway. I'm going to have to think of a better way of doing this. OZ minus 1. OZ minus 1. OZ minus 1. Yes, let's try it. No. I'm actually wondering whether it would be better to do it with over 1. So it you end up using over 1, which I didn't want to do, but might actually be a better call. So I'm just gonna try that a minute. Oh, shit. What's happened? What's happened? For fuck's sake. Oh, for goodness sake. Not having a good night with this tonight. I've put the feet back up. I have no idea what just happened. That's a new one. Just crashed. Let's put the feet back up. Okay, so I'm going to have to rewrite everything again. Do you know, I'm not going to make it. I'm getting a little bit fucking pissed off with this. Excuse the language. I'm not going to make it go left and right for now because it's just forever rewriting stuff and then crashing and whatever. So let's just get the damn thing moving on the screen. I'm going to leave it like it is for now. I'm just gonna have it going down like that. I'm not gonna piss about going left and right because it's just crashed on me and I really cannot be asked putting it all in again if it's just going to keep crashing. So let's just see how far I can get. Right, obviously we need to delete it as it gets to the bottom of the screen, so let's do that. So it was 16, then print at it might be that I continue programming this on the Retro the Spectrum, but I will try a few things tomorrow. I don't like to give up on it. I mean, I think I've got a good piece of kit here. I'm on about the divMMC. It just seems to be very temperamental. Let's just make sure that right. So it's only deleting part of it. I think for the moment, I'm just going to get the thing moving on the screen and then I can look at left and right movement. I'm just getting a little bit tired of the thing keep crashing on me all the time. So I'm not going to get too... I'm trying to keep my cool. It's what I'm trying to say. Let's get rid of that pause now. All of that can actually go. And we'll put a return in there. Okay, so 822. Let's write that down. Oh, 882 is where our boss man is. When I do a renumber, I'll put a proper REM in there and stuff so I know for future where it is. I think that's not a bad shout, actually, Sunburst. Have a break and play some games. I just want to get this. I really want to get this boss man just moving down the platform. I'm just trying to find the platform a minute. Trying to remember where I put the damn thing. If I go to the main, where it's got the scene counts, there we go, just gone right past it. List 160. Good night, Franco. Thank you so much, mate, for your help tonight with this. We'll get there in the end, mate. We'll get there in the end. Now, eventually in this game, when we're collecting those Scion boxes, the idea is we have to collect so many. Now, I thought about involving this game with the USB 50 project. You have to collect 50 of them, i.e. they're the tap files for all the games that will be on the USB 50. Once we've collected 50 of them, then the Zaxxon boss appears and we have to get past him to complete the game. Obviously, I'm not going to put all that in here tonight. I just want to get the boss moving on the platform. So, where is the platform being drawn? It's here somewhere. Come on, where are you? Platform, where are you? It should have an REM telling me where it is. Oh, that looks promising there. I think I might have just gone past it. List 650. No, that's not it. There it is. Platform. 820. Let's write that down. 820. List 882. So let's put 881. Go sub 820. I just want to see what the boss man looks like when he's coming down. So yeah, 820 like that. So that will then return. Let's take that return back out because this is just for purely testing. And I'll put go to 883. Let's just run it so all the graphics work. And if I go run 881, there we go. So he's a little bit fast, but that's because there's nothing else moving on the screen. He probably needs to go over slightly, doesn't he? So he's a bit fast at the moment, but like I said, it's because we've got nothing else moving. But he doesn't look too bad, actually. So let's just move him over one square. So let's say eventually I will get him moving left and right, but just for tonight I just wanted to get it on the screen so I can just see what it's going to look like, and then I'll do all the code to introduce it into the I went the wrong way. I'll do all the code to introduce it into the game. Let's take that to 17. Run 881. Oh, of course, what's happening is when it gets to the bottom of the screen, that'd be 18. When it gets to the bottom of the screen, not that line. Yes, it is that line. Need to change that there. Oh, I could just have him coming down in random. Yeah, that's about central. But of course, he's eventually he's not going to go all the way down to the bottom of the screen, because I want him to move back up and down. This is just to get it up on the screen to see what it looks like. So I quite liked it in the color yellow as well. I will have to do some research and find out. Maybe we could have different color feet, maybe. Let's go for... I just think what colors would look nice. Maybe cyan. So that could be our nasty, couldn't it? Our boss man. Let's pause it a little bit so we get a bit more of a... Let's put a pause in there just so we can get some idea of what it's going to look like. Yeah, that's the sort of speed I want it to be. Okay, yeah, so that will be our boss man, and he will be going all the way down to the bottom of the screen. So I'm going to attempt to save it again. Zaxxon boss 3. Okay, .ls. I'm not going to touch the box. It's there. That's all that matters. I'm not going to push that button on the box. I can do it this way. That's what I do like about this, is you can call up the directories by putting like .ls to pull it all up. So I'm sure it's all working fine. It's just that sometimes it likes to crash for some reason. But I will do some research into what Bootlegger said about maybe I need to update the firmware and find out why it's crashing. Animator, instead of boss going back up, it could appear randomly more left or right and just keep going down. Instead of boss going back up, it could appear randomly more left and right and just keep going. Yeah. So basically the same as what I've got the blue boxes going out then. The cyan boxes just having randomly positioned coming down at you. I'll have to research it. I'll have to watch some videos on the proper Zaxxon game and with the boss man and figure out what he actually does. Because I don't think he actually leaves the screen, does he? I would imagine he would stay on the screen. I don't know. Is my answer to that. But so far, I quite like the graphic. I'm quite happy with that. It doesn't look too bad. And making him shoot won't be a problem. I can just have some lasers firing out. But the idea with it, as always, with it being in basic, is to try and keep it as simple as possible so that it runs smoothly and we have a playable game. So I don't want to overcook the movement because that will just slow stuff down, if you know what I mean. You should be moving to different positions. He's not. What have I done wrong there? Eight, 3. So he hovers around the middle. Okay. Thanks, Sunburst. I might try and do something similar then, because that won't be a lot of movement, will it? If he's just like randomly hovering and moving left to right, like jerking around like slightly, you know what I mean? Right, so he is randomly going. He's taking out part of the platform there, but that shouldn't be too much of an issue. We can always bring that back slightly. Ah! It went the wrong way. Oh dear, 17. are you doing? It's because of the space on the end. Didn't really want to use over one. Might have to. That sorted it out. Nearly. It's the space on the end, isn't it? Which is causing the issue. So make sure it does it do it the other side. I taking out all the platform. I can't be bothered to work out the random. Got it this time. Let's work this out properly. Have it then. So it needs between 6 and 11. Random call between 6 and 11. I'm talking away here and I've realised I've muted myself. I'm literally just fucking around at the moment. I'm losing interest in it, to be fair. Let's return that back to what it should have been. Because I don't know why I'm messing around with this, because eventually I'm going to do the movement different anyway. So I don't even know why I'm wasting all of my time with these random calls, because it's not how I want the boss to actually move eventually. So let's just put that back to 18, because this part of the program was just basically to see what the boss would look like on the platform, because I don't want him to go right to the bottom of the screen. He needs to stay on the screen, just moving around. A bit like I did with the basic basement game, the Attic Attack clone game, where I just had the nasty going around like in a crisscross sort of shape, wasn't it? If you know what I mean. That's exactly what I want him to do, but not as much as it was in that Attic Attack clone game. But yeah, the idea of this little practice piece was just to see what he looks like on the screen. So fine, yeah, I don't really need to do any more to that. Apart from save it. And I will return to it probably tomorrow, because I'm going to finish the evening off with playing something, because I'm getting fed up now. I'm kind of disheartened, to be honest, with the thing bloody crashing all night and stuff. It's kind of lost a bit of interest in it now. Let's put Zax boss again. Like I say, kind of lost interest. It's kind of taken the fun out of it, because I'm just worried it's going to keep crashing all the time the more I do on it, and I'm going to lose it all. So it's kind of like putting a bit of a dampeners on it. But anyway, that's enough of me crying about it. Let's push the button and see if it crashes. No, it didn't crash. Good. Well, it saved it anyway, so that's the main thing. Now I did find when I was going through there are some hidden little games on this. If I go to this TFW 8B thing here, I'm sure I found a hidden game. I don't really want to go into any of this because I don't know what I'm dabbling with. But I did find some hidden games, apart from in the ZX thing. I'm not going to go in that one. I don't know what the spotlight does, but I did find, can't remember where they were now. The game was called Pilot, and it was quite good actually. I'm trying to remember where I found it. Here we go. Special stuff. So I don't know what these are all about, but all these little hidden programs. Look, we've got Jetpack. It won't let me actually enter them, so I'm not too sure how you access all of this. I don't know what Jelly Load is. I'm not going to go into that. I'm trying to remember where I found it. It wasn't there, was it? No. Kung Fu Flash. See, I have no idea what that is. I'm not going to... But there was... It might have been in plugins. No. Sure it was in that file. Here we go. This is where I found it. There's little hidden games in here. There it is, Pilot. Yeah, so there's like little tiny hidden little gems hidden away. So let's put some music on, because you can't, guys. I don't. Can you hear the sound coming from the Spectrum? You probably can, but very faintly. Quite a fun little game. Got me. Yeah, unfortunately, I've got no way of turning the sound up on the Spectrum on the speaker. I don't have the correct connections to get it to my sound card. So that's why I've been playing background music a lot, because I can't get the sound to play from the Spectrum loud enough for you guys to hear it. Tell you what I have got is an external speaker here, but it doesn't have a volume on it. It's actually from my CB radio, which you believe I've got. Let me plug that in and put it nearer to the. See if you can hear it better through that. Oh, what's happened? Oh shit. I don't know what's happened. It's crashed. Oh, fuck, what's happened? I got nothing. All I did was take the earphone socket out. No signal. We're back. Okay, we're back. Don't know what happened then. I'm not going to touch anything. You're just going to have to put up with no sound. I'm not going to touch anything. The thing's like a time bomb. I'm afraid to touch anything. Just... Oh, God. Everything's just on tenterhooks here. It's like... Everything's like on eggshells. Where did I find that game again? Oh, man. Where did I find it? Was it in here? No. Maybe it was. I can't remember where I found it now. Oh, there it was. I haven't looked at these other ones, actually, so let's have a look at these. Well, that doesn't do anything, look. That crash we just had, that wasn't to do with the divMMC that time. That was to do with me just taking a cable out of the back. And then I had to force it back into 720p on the HDMI driver so to get it to come back up. So I have no idea. Crazy Blaster Spectrum. What's this about then? So 3 keyboard. Yeah, that's correct. So 4 start. Don't know what the keys are. Destroy. Evil space bastards. Okay, this looks interesting. Okay, so how do we start this? Shoot me to start. Shoot who? Who am I meant to shoot? What the? I'm on the base. It says shoot me to start. What the? I don't understand. Am I missing something here? It's like the screen. How do I start the game? Shoot me to start. Shoot who? Oh, fuck. Stupid flicking game. Right, let's see what else we've got. I don't know what that was all about. JPJZX48 tab. What's that then? Oh, jetpack. Jetpack jock. What's the fire button? Or isn't there one? Game over. I haven't done anything. Let's try again. Gotta be careful not to touch anything. Ah, sod this. Right, what else have we got? Oh, that's 128K version. We've just played that. Rodman. What's Rodman? Oh, we tried that, didn't we? It didn't work. Rodman Spectrum tab. There we go. The future was something. I didn't get what that said. One keyboard. Naughty Nick. Dirty Tim. Desperate Dave. Right, okay. Keyboard. Press fire to start. Spacebar seems to be fire. Oh, this is cute. Like a Pac-Man. Oh, this is quite cool. So you push the fire button, it drops like some sort of grenade or something. Whoops. That's quite a fun little game. Let's just move that out of the way a minute. Let's get some. Yeah, I like this one. Let's put. I'm going to put some music on in the background if you don't mind, because tinnitus is starting to kick off again. This is quite fun. I like this little game. Oh. So collect these here. It's a bit like Pac-Man. I think that then gives you a weapon to fire. See, I dropped that bomb. See that little white thing? I do like this. This is nice. Nice little game. Just simple. Controls are just Q, A, O and P, spacebar. Graphics are quite sweet. It got me. You'll know when I like a game because I'll just carry on playing it. Just wasted a bomb. Yeah, I like this one. Nice little game, this. Can't remember what it was called, but it is fun. Oh no! So if you walk into your own bomb, which makes sense, you die. As I just found out. So don't walk into the stuff you drop. Shit. Okay. New high score. I'm going to have another go. I'm quite enjoying this. Ah, shit, I didn't get out the door. Couldn't get down quick enough with the keys. This green stuff, when you walk over this green stuff, it slows you down. It's like it's harder to eat. Yeah, I'm quite keen now to get that boss working on my version of Zaxxon. I think that'll look quite cool if I can get that right. I think what I'll do is make it so you've got to collect so many of them boxes, you know, the Scion boxes, for him to appear. Maybe do that as the level swap to get him to get to that stage. So maybe like when you've collected 10, he'll appear. Then when you've collected 20, he'll appear again, you know, and so forth. Every 10, he appears until you get to the 50. You have to get past him. I actually remember playing, I was saying to my dad today, my parents came over because obviously with my birthday being on Friday, just dropped some presents around and went out for lunch, and I mentioned to him, yeah, he always asks how I'm getting on with the Spectrum, and I just said to him I'm making a version of Zaxxon. And I said to him that we had the board game. Me and my brother had, there was a board game called Zaxxon, and you could vaguely remember it. I showed him on my phone the YouTube video of the Zaxxon game that I made, and he was quite impressed with it. So, I think this divMMC will be okay, to be fair. I think it's getting used to what you can and cannot do with it to prevent it from crashing. So hopefully once you get used to it and work out the best method to save stuff and what have you, then we'll get over that hurdle. But I'll do some research and find out, because I know Bootlegger, I don't know whether he's gone or he's still there, said one of the problems is when you save it as an a tape out file, that it can cause problems, and it's just a case of upgraded the firmware. So if not, I'll get out of the company and say, you know, I've bought this off you, it keeps crashing, why is it doing it? But I will clean the connection pins on the interface tomorrow and just make sure everything is nice and clean. So I say, it's not crashing all the time, just now and again. Sorry, I'm not paying attention. I might have a look at another game on it. I'm just going to put some different music on. So it's like now I've pushed the button on it again and it's just frozen and it's crashed. now and again when you push that button, TJ's Coven. Oh, TJ. I know TJ. Ah, right, okay. I'll have to let him know that I've played one of his games. This game is dedicated to TJ. Oh, so I don't think he actually made it then. I don't know. If you don't know TJ, he's another YouTuber. Got quite a big following. He's to do with the Sinclair Society. And this game was dedicated to him. It does look a bit like TJ actually, the little graphic. What a nice game. I do like the graphics. But he is like Mr. Sinclair. He is he's quite a big spectrum in Sinclair. Anything to do with computers, games or whatever, he's well into it. This retro stuff. Very funny chap as well. Full of energy. So I've got to collect all of these shiny objects without getting killed. Two left. Yeah, what I'll do tomorrow, Let's, is I'll take a measurement, and I've got some timber, you know, some offcuts of wood in the garage, and I'll make a little prop underneath it, because that could be, you know, that just that slight push on the button. Obviously you're pushing down on the edge connectors, aren't you? And it could just be something as simple as that that's causing it. There we go, got them all. This is a nice little game. But yeah, I shall do that tomorrow. Oh, you bastard. That's his saying. Bastard. Did you accidentally look at the div? Al, did you accidentally look at the divMMC? Maybe it changed my handle. What do you mean, did I accidentally look at the D? Yeah, glanced at it. So this game's dedicated to TJ, also starring Jim. Disclaimer, this game contains offensive language. Yes, we know. I'm quite happy with the keys that they give you actually, so I'm not going to... You think it is quite vulnerable, isn't it? The way it just hangs out of the back. So, like you say, a prop underneath may help it. It's worth a try. I'm talking about the divMMC, by the way. The way it hangs out the back. Right, what else we got? Let's just push the button again. Let's find that time. What's this here? WWO. Oh, Wonder Worm. Left, right, fire. Select game type. Use left and right to choose. Survival. Survival or levels. Well, let's go levels. Select difficulty. Brisk, racy, steady on. Now let's go back to the beginning because I'm not sure what we're playing. Oh. Okay. So I'm a little wiggly worm. What's the idea of the game? Oh, gotta eat. Oh, it's like Snake, but harder. Oh, this is pretty cool. Oh, this is cool. I like this. It's a bit difficult. Let's try different. Let's go for survival then. Let's see what that's like. Oh, God, straight away. What's the other levels? Well, let's just stick with levels. Brisk. Okay, let's go for that. God, it's fast. God, this is quick. Oh! It moves on its own, so you just basically just steering with two keys. I'm doing good well this time. Oh! Oh, God! No, wrong way! I like this. It's so fast. Gotta be on the ball. Oh, got it. Oh, no. Okay, so let's see what the other levels are like. I'm going to keep it at that. Brisk. Let's go racy. This would be interesting. Yeah. Oh, it's just too fast for me. Oh, so close. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, that was close. Oh, you bastard. I like this. Good game. So that's a good one. And it's crashed again. That might have been the actual game that crashed that time. Where were they again? Can't remember where they were now. I thought they were in there. There we go. I haven't played that one, have I? Oh, 128k only. Okay. That's not going to work then, is it? So let's switch that off. Go back in. I've played all these now, haven't I? So let's... It's nice that they put some games on this for you. There's loads of them on there. But... It's Death Race. There's no Death Crawl. Chaser. Let's see what Death Race is like. Okay. Very simple. So I've got to run the man over. It's a basic game. It crashed again. Deep Blue? What's that like? I might have played this before actually. Cursor Keys. Zero Run. Oh, look at this. This is smart. Look at the graphics on this. This is... What a nice looking game. I will be going at midnight, so 8 minutes. But what do I do then? Oh dear. It's a nice game, this. I like it. Don't know what you're meant to be doing, but it's good. Get past these landmines. I'm not sure if there's a jump button or something. It just says use cursor keys. I'm not entirely sure how you get up. Oh, I just worked out how to jump, I think. Push the two buttons together and it makes him... No, I can't get over it. I'm not sure. Right. Well, I'm going to call it a night anyway, because it is midnight. So thank you for watching tonight as I struggled on with the frustrations of this new divMMC. I'm sure we'll get to the bottom of it and get to the grips of it eventually. So I will do a clean tomorrow and make some sort of support just to sit underneath it. Maybe see if that helps. But all in all, I still think it is a pretty good piece of kit. Just got to try and stop it from crashing all the time. So it's okay then. I'll just push the reset button. It's reset okay. See, just now and again it just crashes for no reason, which is a bit of a worry. Like I say, if you're in the middle of a program and you want to save it, then the damn thing crashes. So it's done it again. It's crashed when I've tried to get to the main menu. So this one. Anyway, not to worry. At least I've done a little bit on the Zaxxon game tonight, so I'm pleased with that. Anyway, enjoy the rest of your weekend. I won't be on tomorrow. I'll try and get some content up during the week as just a video, and maybe do another live stream on Friday or Saturday next weekend, but we shall see. Anyway, enjoy the rest of your weekend, like I've just said, and sleep well, and I'll see you on the next one. Take care of yourselves.